Alrighty. Good afternoon and good morning, everybody. Um, Hope everyone's doing good out there. As we mentioned last night, today we're going to be working on developing our gaming community website, Enigmatic. And right now, the last thing we left off with was trying to get a slider where sponsors would live to be on the page. So we're going to be trying to work on that today and finish that functionality. Um, the site will probably need a redesign when I'm done with it. I like the color scheme, but buttons could probably look nicer, all that other kind of stuff. For right now, I just want to get the functionality down, and then we can make it nice and fancy later. For like one final redesign that makes it look super good. All that having been said, let's get started. So this is what we have so far. Nothing too crazy about this. Pretty simple, 3 different links, and the 3 different links allow us to go to different pages eventually. Oops, looks like I closed out the tab by accident. There we go. I can do that, I think. We can come back. Okay, cool. Sorry about that. Alright, so now we've got this page or whatever. We've got a bunch of games, right? These are like our game cards. Banner. Join now button. That'll eventually send to a sign up page. Right now I'm using stock images, you know what I mean, for the background, because I couldn't find anything like that great just yet. But yeah, this is pretty much what we have. And then as the screen size gets smaller, it will adapt and become mobile navigation. This actually looks quite intuitive from like this view. This actually looks pretty nice. So we just need to figure out how to make it look equally as good on laptop and desktop computers. But obviously it's more important to cater to mobile this day and age. It's more important to make sure that the content that needs to be on the page is on there. This is something I'm learning more as I spend more time developing websites. I'm realizing that one thing that seems to often be like a common problem when it comes to developing this kind of stuff is that people often don't take the time to build the content that they need to fill these spaces. People spend very little time thinking about content, and as a result, it tends to lead to a lot of over-engineering of things. So at some point, I'll probably create a content document that's going to consist of like all of our content for the rest of our pages going forward after we figure out like a decent design for this first one, since we kind of already know what we want to have live on here, minus like a few things. And once we have adjusted for that, then we will naturally adjust our process to be more efficient for anything we do in the future, which in this case will be a lot of stuff regarding the creation of newer pages. So, this is basically where we're at right now, is that we are working on building a QWIK component that is going to be a slider or a carousel. And after we build this component, we will go ahead and design it. So the first thing I have to do is figure out how I'm going to do this. The last time that I was working on this, I was attempting to go a more challenging route to develop this functionality, specifically on the basis that it would provide me with a, how do I word it, a more performant application, I think is the words I'm looking for. And the way that it would have done that was I was trying to make it so that it only used CSS. And if I had accomplished my goal with that, then we would have had a completely CSS carousel, which would have ran much faster and wouldn't have required JavaScript and would have been just as user friendly as the alternative where we would have JavaScript. And I sort of experimented with and tried to explore the idea of doing this, and it almost worked. We got really close, except for that the route that I ended up going, where I was trying to input images into the content pseudo class for CSS elements, that wasn't working. I guess that wasn't compatible with the image tag. So we kind of wound up hitting a wall and realizing, oh crap, this is not possible for us to accomplish with the kind of things that we're looking to do. Like, we could use text, but we don't have a way to use images or SVGs or anything like that where we would want to be able to use that stuff in order to display our sponsorship carousel slider. So unfortunately, we had to go back to the drawing board and turn to JavaScript for this. So that's where we're at now. And we're going to build that out now. So let's try to figure out how we're going to build that. So we obviously already have the folder slider.tsx and slider.css, so we're going to leave this stuff here. We know we're going to need the component and use styled scope for using our styles from this CSS file. And then I have to think about how we're going to do this. I guess we're going to have a section with a class of carousel. And then actually, maybe not. Maybe I lied. We'll call this like sponsors or something like that. And then inside of it, we'll have a div that has a class of carousel. And then let's see on the documentation for QWIK, so that we have that to work with. Oh, this is capable of using Markdown and MDX. That'll be interesting. We should use this for, how do we call it? We should use this functionality for blog posts or like guides or things like that, or articles on whatever like game related topics that we do. That would be very useful for that. We'll have to keep that in mind. All right, so let's go to components. Let's go to overview. Okay, so we can see quite a lot from here. If we look over here, we have the component. I don't know if we need the use signal thingy to initialize our state or not. Maybe we could use state to have it determine what sponsor is like centered in the carousel or something, which one is like current and which one is next kind of deal. Maybe. Like, I guess if we had arrows, we could do that. So, like, maybe I have this carousel, right? And then let's say in the functionality here that I use signal. So use signal. And then we could say const what is it called? Shoot. Const current slide. Or current item, I'm going to call it. Equals use signal. And then we can put like 0, right? Because index 0 would be like the first one of all of the elements that gets chosen. Then we would want some sort of way to like update this material, right? So I'm thinking like adding to the count of that value, which is actually easier in QWIK than it is with React, for instance. You can add that stuff a lot faster. I have to go look at the documentation because I can't remember what the syntax is. But you don't have to have like a set functionality and run that too. It's not as like immutable as React is, I guess. So yeah, see like right here on click equals count plus plus, like value plus plus. Right here. So my guess is that we could just create 2 buttons with a functionality, right? That's just like, okay, the first button will be like next slide. and then the previous button will be like previous slide, and you'll just plus or minus the count value of whatever the current item is, right? So, because in this they're using const count, and then down here in the button they're using plus or minus to increment. So we could probably use the same thing to like decrement that value. And then based on what value is selected, we could animate the thing in a certain direction. So we have the carousel here, right? Sponsors will basically be our container, because this is going to be unique to us controlling that. But this carousel portion of it will be usable anywhere. So I guess actually what I should do is, since this is actually for the carousel, we should remove this, and we should put that in the actual index.ts file, and then insert this in the middle of it rather than doing this, because then that'll make this more reusable. We'd be able to reuse the functionality of this carousel in any section, then, not just specifically the context of our sponsorships. Okay, so we will go ahead, and we have our carousel div. Let's go ahead and make some buttons. So I'm gonna do button times 2, and both of these buttons are gonna be for like next and for previous. So we'll put like let's see, can I even do that? Can I put that inside of a button? Is that even like syntactically correct? I don't know if you can do that or not. Maybe there's like an ASCII character for this. Let's see. ASCII, or actually I think there is, right? It's like, I think it's like GT, something like that, and then ampersand LT, like that. Yeah, just took a little brainstorming, had to get my noggin going. Okay, so we've got that much, and then I'm trying to think of what else we should do. I think I want an array, because this would be like really extensible if I did it in this way. I think if we added an array to our component that housed all of the images that were going to be part of the carousel, in this case our sponsorship carousel, then we could basically just, like, if we got another sponsorship in the future, we could just add another image into this sponsorship array, and it would just do the rest of the work for us. It would just add another one, right? And like, I feel like that would be super good. I feel like that would be very useful. So I'm just gonna say const, we're gonna say items equals, and then we'll do the array, and then inside of the array we could just put like a bunch of values, right? Like it could be a bunch of strings with like slash, you know what I mean, images slash whatever dot png, and we could just punch a bunch of images in here effectively. That'll like fill all these spaces, something like that. And then the advantage of using this in this regard would be that later on we could go and we could create like the actual div that has the carousel item inside of it. So like we could just like tab that a bit so that it's a little bit more clear of the structure. So you have this button on the right, that button on the left, and then the actual content. And then in here, we could just give this like a class of like carousel slides or something like that. Oh, it would help if I put it in the proper string. And then we could just go ahead and go from there, right? And we could do a like array.map, so to speak, where it would be like items dot map, and then let's see, trying to think. I have to look up the map syntax again for JavaScript. I'm forgetting it. Haven't used it in a while now. But basically we could do like items.map, and inside of here it would be like for each item inside of items, like grab this value and shove it into an image tag, something like that, right? And then like that would be perfect. So it'd be items.map. I'm trying to think. And I think it would be like slide, comma, index, something like that. And then arrow. And then I guess we would open this. And it would be like slide. I'm actually just gonna call that like item. So this should be items.map item, right? And the number. And then we want it to output the item. And that's like basically what we're going for. I'm missing like closing stuff. What am I messing up here? Where are the unnecessary parentheses? I'm confused. Try this again. I'll like retype it. So I'll do items.map, right? And we have these ones. And then inside the map, we're going to have another set that's going to grab the item and the item's index. Trying to think. Then I want the arrow, a opening, and we'll put item. Like, I think the syntax of that should technically be correct. And it would be like IMG, and we would grab the item as the source. Something like that. Very confused why it's telling me this is syntactically incorrect. Like, because I'm trying to grab... What error is it giving me? I'm actually going to move these above it. Yeah, I'm confused. I guess I could put style on this. Let's do that first. We'll do carousel slides. And then we want carousel slides to have transform, and we're going to translate X, and it'll be like minus... Actually, I can't even do that here now that I think about it, because I need the JavaScript functionality. So I'm going to have to actually add this part into the carousel itself, I think. So it'll have to be like style here. And we'll have to do it like that. Yeah. And then it'll have to be like transform. We'll do the translate X. And it'll be minus $, current slide times 100, and then modulo And then the transition will transform 0.5 SEs and I shouldn't be using current slide. I should be using current item. So like in this way, the way I'm kind of brainstorming it is like, if we have a current item, let's say your current item is 0, right? It has an index of 0. Then you click next, or you don't, you know what I mean? Over time, it'll change by itself kind of deal. And after a couple seconds, it'll switch to 1, and then 2, and then 3, like that kind of deal. And as all these things are happening, this number will go up. It'll get incremented. And then you'll know, oh, okay, if I want to go to the previous one, I need to grab the value of current item. So let's say you're on the second one, it'll be 2 times 100, which will be 200, and then %. So however big the space is that this fills, that you end up using as a viewport, it will move you to the left 200%. So effectively like 2 whole view cycles. So that seems like it would work. That seems logical. Seems like it would be functional. And then my thought is that inside of here, like I was trying to do before, like you would map whatever items are in the array. So you would do like the items dot map, and you would map item and the index, and you would go like that. So we got this guy, got that on. I don't understand. Why is it saying there's one too many parentheses? Seems perfectly fine from my angle. I guess we could just do it this route. So then you would effectively have a div inside of here, right? And then the image source would be like the item. So you would basically do like that, right? And then for every thing that you cycle through in here, this URL, that URL, that URL, that URL would all get pulled into here, and for each item that's in here, in the maps, you would go and take it and you would make a new div with an image inside of it, and the image will like effectively adjust with the rest of the viewport, right? And then for the index, you will be able to like use this number to mess around with updating for next and previous. I guess I wouldn't even really need that here though. Like I could just get rid of that and have it just be item. Because when I use these buttons, right? Like I can do on click. Let's go ahead and check the documentation for this again. So it'd be like on click $, right? Update the local state and cause a re-render. Reactivity at QWIK's core. So we could just like copy that, and on click we'll make current item dot value plus plus, something like that. Or in this case it would be minus minus. And then we would take the same logic here and copy it over to the other button. And we would just change its functionality to be plus plus instead. And like this is effectively like your functionality at this point. All right, you have two buttons. The greater than button, that'll be positioned on the right side. So I guess if we're following proper layout of this stuff, it should probably be after this div, like I had it before. In the center, you have your slide content that is going to use the current item value and do whatever it's got to do to like ease things in and out of the viewport. And then yeah, and then you've got your minus button that's going to like reduce that number and change it. So I think that would work. Now we would just have to design the style of it. Hello, it's been a while. You probably don't remember. I used to watch you all the way back in the time when you were streaming StarCraft 2 back in the good old days. Yeah, that was a very long time ago. I don't really stream much StarCraft anymore. Right now we're building a video game community for the new RTS that's coming out for Stormgate. If Stormgate ends up being good, then that game will probably end up taking over my life much the same way that StarCraft 2 was a massive part of my time investment in video games. So right now, I guess I could give a quick rundown of like all that's kind of changed since then. I mean, a lot has gone good in my life since then. Whole career change. I have my own place and everything like that. I am not with my girlfriend anymore. We're on bad terms right now. We're still talking. But she made the decision to fly to the Philippines without her green card and ghost me for 6 months. And now she wants to come back. And I'm like, as much as I would like to give this another try. Like, I'm not sure, like, you deserve another chance after doing that. And I'm like, I'll entertain the idea, but if you want to come back, I need your full transparency. And I need you to be honest with me about why you did all these things so that we can actually try to work on something and try to repair the relationship. And I'm like, because at this state, I still have no explanation for why you did any of that. And so we're currently at the point where I'm waiting for her to decide whether or not she's going to open up and communicate that information. And if she does, then maybe there's a chance for our relationship. But if I'm being completely honest, we've been separated for so long at this point after her doing that, that I don't see there being much of a opportunity for us to rekindle things. Because if she cared so much, like, surely she would have tried to address this stuff earlier. I switched career myself too. Was in finance with a degree and everything, didn't like it. Went back to do a computer science major, and now I'm working as a software engineer. Hence why your coding stream picked up my interest. Yeah, I like software. I've been in and out of working professionally doing it. Like, I worked for 1-800-Flowers and did web development professionally, stuff like that. I want to get deeper into this stuff, and my degree currently I'm pursuing is in computer programming for college. I think AI in particular is like the most fascinating thing to me. Like, the leaps and bounds that AI has accomplished in such a few amount of time, like years of training, is just like mind-blowing. Did you see the recent ChatGPT 4 demo where this dude literally took a picture of like a napkin and like was like, this is my website mock-up, like, make me a JavaScript random quote generator using this layout. And it literally built a JavaScript quote generator in like 15 seconds from a picture that he gave it for reference on a napkin. Like a drawing, a mock drawing on a napkin. And that was like, holy cow. And I'm like, I need to get into AI. Like, the potential for a lucrative career is like limitless if you get into something like that. So it's like, it was so cool when I saw that. But yeah, in the meantime, like, since I don't game that much anymore, since StarCraft is kind of like a dying game and Blizzard is killing off all of its funding for it, like, GSL doesn't have any funding anymore, and they've been doing this over time, you know what I mean? Like, nobody's surprised by this. This is expected. I'm just kind of like, in the meantime, I'm working on my career development, my coding skills, all that other kind of stuff, and I'm like, when Stormgate comes out, if that's a good game, maybe I can make, I can't remember, how often did you play StarCraft? Do you remember the website SC2 Replay Stats? Like, it was like this web application where you could get like a replay uploader, and it would like analyze all of your replays for you and kind of like give you insights on how you could improve, right? Based on the data that it has grabbed from people of all different leagues. It would be awesome to be able to make like Stormgate replay stats and use like AI to help predict the probability of like people winning, and then maybe you could make like a little application in real time that like watches the game and it gives you like insight that you wouldn't otherwise notice about like what the best move would be to make at a certain time. So I think that it would be really fun to develop a software project like that as well. And that was sort of another incentive for me to pursue this. Yeah, right, exactly. It's like there's so many applications for it. And it's like I can think of a lot of other applications too. Um, oh yeah, another major lifestyle change that I made. I probably should be careful about how public I am about this because people will probably hate my guts. But I'm in the Air Force now. Um, that's part of what got me my current civilian job is I'm in the Air National Guard now for New York. And they give us like a top secret clearance. So I have access to like private sector job opportunities that a lot of people wouldn't be able to get access to, which provides me with pretty incredible degrees of job security this day and age when it seems like everybody and their mother is getting fired from a tech company. So I'm like super, super grateful for that. But yeah, maybe I can get into something with AI there too, working in private sector. I wish I could continue watching, but I gotta run for now. If you're still streaming, when I come back, I'll watch. Okay, fair enough. I'm not sure when you're planning on coming back, but regardless, I appreciate you stopping by and catching up. And hopefully I'll talk to you sometime soon. Catch you later. Thanks again. Thank you. Much appreciated. I'm sure it'll go well. It'll just take some time to get it together. See you around. Take care for now. Alright, what error are we running into here? I think it's, oh, it's my style tag thingy that I have going on. Hmm. I'm not sure how this is gonna work, if I'm being honest. I'm gonna have to figure out how to do CSS and JS with the QWIK framework. Because when I remove this, like it works now. So. Okay. Let's see what we can accomplish here. And the other thing will be that okay, so there are the greater than and less than buttons. So I guess I could style those first, right? So let's say button I'm gonna give this a class of carousel dash next. And then the other one will have carousel previous. All right. So then we'll do dot and then dot carousel previous. And in these spaces, I will work on, I guess, for first thing, font size. Let's make them like larger and see what that looks like. Doesn't really look big enough, does it? Like, we're gonna want those a lot larger than that, right? What if we're like... extra large? Okay, that looks better. Those look usable. And then we can do like background color, transparent, something like that. We can make the color white. And then I can't remember how to remove the bevel around the button. Let's look it up. Remove bevel around button. Or like CSS button styles. Something like that. Padding, text decoration. Maybe it's like border none? Okay. Yeah. Okay. That looks like what we wanted. Alright, so we'll add another class. So we'll call these carousel nav because we want to be able to target both of these, right? And this way we can make it so that the carousel nav affects both with this styling right here. Because we want this styling to be like universal. And then obviously like where we position things absolute for the next and previous will be different depending on which button we're trying to target, which is what these will be for. So let's do button navigation button styles, and then I'm gonna do dot carousel dash nav. All right, and we'll put all those in there, and now it's targeting both, which is what we want. So now that we have both of them targeted, we want to make sure that they're on different sides of the design. So we have this layout in a way where it's like this button ideally should be on the left side, right? Because it's going to be the less than thingy, and it's going to point to the left, so this will be for the previous one. And then over here on the right side. So we have it structurally in our HTML, properly, but we haven't set it up so that it's styled that way. So what I'm thinking I'm going to wind up doing is positioning both of these absolute, and then what we'll do is we'll make it so that the first one is like 0 or like 50 or something like that, somewhere toward the beginning, and then the last one will be like whatever the width of the carousel is minus 50, something like that. I had to figure out how I'm going to calculate that yet. So we'll come back to that later. But these will be basically like our carousel navigation button styles. Let's see. I'm trying to think now. Like, I guess the carousel, let's work on those styles. So we'll do like dot carousel, and I want this to be like a flex element. I want the flex direction. I want to say it's got to be row. Because, like, yeah, I want to say it's got to be row. Because if it were column, then it would, like, go up and down. Like the carousel. That would be weird. So I don't think we want that. So I think it's got to be row. Actually, this is the container, though. Yeah, no, it's gonna be row, I'm pretty sure. So we'll do flex direction. Row. Align item center. Justify content center. And then we can go back and look at that. So now we have those, right? So now the idea will be that, like, since we have the button on the left and the whatever on the right, we should make the content, the box where the content will live, the divs, right, equal with and they will be basically like 80% of the viewport, something like that, right? And then we can kind of go from there and have it adjust and have next and previous buttons for us to click. So the next thing that I'm thinking is in here is the carousel slides, right? So I'm trying to think now. Hmm. So I think dot carousel dash slides, and then we would do like I don't even know. What would we make the width of that? I can't even think of what that would be, right? The right width for that would be right now. What are the width of the other things on the page? That's my question. Because these look pretty good. These other elements in here look pretty good and pretty nice. They have the right spacing, stuff like that. I'm kind of curious, like what their size is meant to be. Let's see. These are 280 width, it looks like. They have 2% padding. I don't know if I've actually like properly set these things actually. Let's go to card. Max 280. And min width is 188. So I can't get any bigger than 280, and it needs to be at least 188. Trying to think now. Huh. Alright. I guess what I'm going to do is, for now, we'll just make the width like 80% of the viewport, and we'll give it a padding of like 2%. So I'll do 80 VW, something like that. And then we want overflow hidden. Basically, we don't want anything that's like not in the general view of this like carousel to be visible, right? Actually, second thought, I don't even need to do that. We can do width of like Something like that for now. Because now that I'm thinking about it, the area that I'm going to want to be working with in the carousel, like depending on how big this is probably going to adjust to get bigger or smaller. And like maybe the image size is not something I need to be that concerned about. So, whatever, padding, yep. And then we'll do overflow hidden, and I was gonna do a margin bottom, but I'm realizing that that would be better to do on the parent, the actual carousel parent. Or to the section that it lives in. So we'll go ahead and leave that as it is. We have the carousel buttons. Cool. Except for I don't want the actual background. Can I just have the color change on hover? So it'll just be like, yeah, something like that. That's why when it's on like bigger screens and I'm not in like a mobile view, when I hover over it, it'll change color. I think I'm gonna pick a different color than that one, but that's basically the functionality that we want. Okay. And then I'm gonna rewrite this, and I'm gonna use some like placeholder images. All right. Okay. We're kind of getting where we want to be. Not exactly, but almost. This looks like it's gonna be like a mobile animated banner type deal, like with the background changes kind of deal. They're like tall. Not exactly what I was going for, but we're getting there. Um, let's see. For whoa, for carousel slides dot image, right? No, not that one. Cover. There we go. Oh, that's cool. It like changes every time. I'm messing something up here. Okay, so this appears to be the entire like carousel flex container, right? But it's like tall ways. Um, so this guy right here is gonna have a bunch of divs inside of it, right? Carousel slides. Gonna have a bunch of divs inside of it, and it's gonna map all of these to here. Hmm. Trying to think. Okay, that's closer to what we wanted. Hmm. Huh. Okay. Well, we're getting closer. Like, this is better than before. Like, we have the image there now, right? The random image. Now we need to figure out how to make it, like, slider friendly for mobile. And we also need to figure out how to... What's the word for it? I'm trying to think now. Shoot. Oh yeah, we also have to figure out how to make it cycle through, like on an interval, whether or not the user's interacting with it or not, because it's supposed to be a slider, right? So like carousels, like they spin whether or not you're interacting with them or not. So I have to figure out how to set up some type of rotation, right, of these images. I'm not sure what QWIK has that's similar to use effect with React. Use effect in React basically makes it so that you can set up a hook that will like do something every some odd amount of times. Like you can use the use effect functionality to change the current image index like every however many milliseconds. And based on that information, you can adjust how far over everything rotates. So, like, I'm actually kind of curious if we bring these back, what this even looks like. Probably, it looks pretty okay, actually. But as we can see, next and previous doesn't really do anything. So the idea would essentially be that we have this one div, right? And that on click, it would just carousel slides so that it would transform I think that's what we would want. Like, we would want it to transform, like, X by a certain amount. Something like that. Not sure what is the QWIK equivalent to use effect. I love how they make a blog post about use effect not being good, but they don't talk about their alternative. Oh, never mind, maybe they do. I guess use task is what we need to use. scratch file. I want a new like TypeScript JSX. All right. Not sure what I want to call the other thing. I guess interval? And then we can have images that are a string. And interval that is an integer. Or maybe I put number. Yeah, okay. Something like that. Hmm. Let's see. Let's do like... So this should go like there. Yeah, I'm not sure how I'm gonna do that actually. I might just like... Okay, let's see. I think this should theoretically work. And then we would want to clear that. Oh. There we go. I was like, why is everything broken? I don't understand. Damn syntax errors. What a noob, am I right, folks? Get it together, man, Brave. Learn to engineer, bro. All right, let's see. Um, I guess I'm gonna do handle previous click. And then okay, I'll try something a little different here. Oh yeah, duh. I keep forgetting. It should just be regular class. Class name is like deprecated or whatever now, I think. I don't understand the error that it's saying. Maybe we just include these inside of there? Like, what happens if we just, like, do that? And we'll just remove that stuff. Well, that's not good. I don't see where I'm using class name. That's the thing. Like, all these just say class. Like, I don't know where this is coming from here. There's literally no results. Oh, there it is. Still not loading my images like I expected to. I need to learn React for a job interview. Seems like too much work. I mean, yeah. If you don't already know it. This isn't even React, though. This is QWIK. It's very similar, but it's a different framework. Like, if I was trying to build something in React, I would be done with it by now, since I have familiarity with that framework. The advantage of using QWIK is, like, I guess the way that they lazy load and stuff like that. So it's supposed to be faster, and it's supposed to load less JavaScript on the front end, like for the user, obviously reducing like load time and stuff like that, which is supposed to make this framework more efficient than React for rendering front ends, which is why I'm building this project in it, to sort of familiarize myself with it. Yeah, right, exactly. And so the area where I'm struggling is a lot of the way that React works is not similar in here. So, like, for instance, in React, you would have, like, import component, import use state, like whatever, right? And then you would do like const count equals use state, like count whatever, comma set count. You know what I mean? And you would have a like getter and a setter function essentially in that declaration that would enable you to get and set the value of that count. Whereas this one doesn't do that. You just get count.value plus plus. And like apparently this one is supposed to be easier. The difficulty that I'm having is building a, what's the term for it? Carousel. So like I'm trying to build a animated carousel, where it'll switch images. And the idea of it, at least in the context of my current project, is that my current project right now is basically like a video game sort of like website type deal. So all of these are components. These are all like the game components, and they have the images of the game and the name, all that good stuff. So this will be like where all the games that my site supports goes. Ooh, that looks really weird for you guys. There we go. That looks better. But yeah, it'll be like, this will basically be where all like the game and everything like that is supported. And then, you know, people will click on this, it'll go to the different teams for the game, stuff like that. And yes, this is also TypeScript, which is also a problem for me because I'm not used to using TypeScript yet. Like, I haven't thoroughly learned TypeScript. So I have two barriers in this. One, I'm working with a framework that I'm very unfamiliar with. And two, I'm working with TypeScript, which I'm also very unfamiliar with. So this is like a double whammy. It's like extra difficult for me to sort of figure out how I'm going to implement this. Basically, the end result will be that I will have a gaming community website that the website will load really quickly. This is just like a base design right now. I'm using stock images, things like that. These I could probably keep, but this button will probably need to be redone. I need to think more about content when it comes to building my projects. Because, like, a lot of the times I get, like, typical engineer mind where I'm just like, yes, build everything, build this, build that, amazingness. And then I realize, wait, I don't have any content to put in here. How is this gonna look? Well, this is mostly just for a portfolio item for me, if I'm being honest. But it's also for, like, a passion project of mine. So, I'm not sure how familiar you are with RTS games. StarCraft used to be a game that I played a lot of. StarCraft 2 in particular. The first one I played a little bit of, but I was still too young and I was pretty poor at playing the game. I didn't really understand how RTS worked until after I spent a good amount of years playing Warcraft 3. And then after I was done with Warcraft 3, when I went to StarCraft 2, I was finally at the stage where I was like actually starting to fundamentally understand how to be good at an RTS game. Nonetheless, I was part of this, like, is League of Legends considered an RTS? No, that's considered a MOBA. But it does have pretty similar elements. RTS, imagine your hero for League of Legends. Imagine you have like 600 of your hero and you have to control all 600 of them simultaneously against somebody else who has 600 of another hero, and they have to control all that simultaneously against you. That's basically what RTS is, except with different units. It wouldn't be like the same hero. It'd be all different heroes versus all different heroes, and they all have different abilities and stuff like that. So that's kind of what makes like RTS unique. And then you have the economy aspect of it, where it's like you need to mine resources from areas on the map to make the money to build the structures that build those units. So that's basically what helps to balance the game a lot, so that you don't just have like a massive like cluster of 1,000,000 units on the screen out of nowhere. You know what I mean? The economic element that's added to it basically makes it so it takes time to build up to the point where you have all those units on screen, and it gives the engine time to prepare for it, as well as the enemy player, or you, if you're the one about to be attacked. And so while I was playing this game, I used to be part of this community called the Heretics, and it was a very active community. And everybody got on like pretty frequently, practiced together, like got good together and all that other kind of stuff, and like helped each other improve at the game. And it was a great community to be a part of for like a very long time. So that's sort of what the inspiration for Enigmatic came from, is over time, as StarCraft 2's funding and Blizzard's effort into maintaining that game continued to degrade, so did our community. And a lot of our leadership in our community didn't care that much about like moderating properly, vetting people that got into the community, and continuing to make the community a place where people could come to practice and interact with each other. Our leader of that was more worried about being liked rather than respected. So that led to basically the whole community like crashing down upon us and ending up in like a really, really bad place, where there was not a whole lot to be gained from that community anymore. So that's where this came in, was like, okay, now that I've left this other community, Stormgate, which is a new RTS game, this one right here, that's in development, is going to be coming out in beta in a couple months. I want to build my own community that I'm in control of, where I can moderate it, because I don't care about being liked. I care more about being respected, and I care more about creating an environment for people to game together in a peaceful manner, and also to grow if they want to play like a competitively type of thing. So basically, I was like, yeah, I'm going to go build my own community and solve all the problems that I had in the previous community. And so that's basically what my inspiration to start building this um, was to create a gaming community for people who are competitive, for people who like RTS, you know what I mean, all that other kind of stuff, and give them the home that they deserve, kind of deal. It will also have the advantage, of course, of being a portfolio piece, though. There's no denying that. You know what I mean? It'll definitely become a portfolio piece for me, too. I'll be able to be like, hey, I built this gaming community. Like, it demonstrates my leadership skills, and it demonstrates my coding in QWIK and with TypeScript. Here's what I built. So it's kind of like a double whammy, because I'm building something for myself and for other people, but I'm also going to get to use it as a portfolio project. It's funny how you have to learn all the low-level coding details to accomplish your goal. I mean, yeah, it's a lot. Coding is a massive time investment for sure. Like getting proficient at coding, it's like you need so many things too. You need to understand the syntax of the language. You need to be able to critically think is probably the biggest one. Like be able to understand how you can solve a problem, and then you need to be able to like break all these things down into small, like achievable milestones that slowly build up to like the grand scheme of whatever it is that you're creating. So it's definitely like a difficult skill set for sure. I think just about anybody who is an engineer has that problem though. Like I think all of us are guilty of that cuz I do the same thing too. Like what I was mentioning before when I was like, "Oh yeah, like I'm just like let me build and create everything. Let me code this functionality, that functionality, this and that and the other thing." And then I'm like, "Okay, now I need some content to live here." And then I'm like, "Oh, wait. Maybe I need to change my code now again because the content that should be going here isn't actually like that good of an experience." You know what I mean? Like I'm not thinking about the end user until I try to use it myself and realize, wow, this is really unintuitive. Like maybe I should change a thing or two. It's like it works functionally, but it's like the most confusing thing in the world to interact with. Yeah, maybe I should change that. So it's like I try to keep it in mind, and I try to go back to this and like look at it and see like, oh, you know, does this look nice? Is it easy to interact with? Is it readable? You know what I mean? All that kind of stuff. I try to do that in real time while I'm developing something. Like I usually work with Galaxy Fold since that's like one of the smallest screen size. And if something will work intuitively on here, then I can always make it bigger later on. You know what I mean? And do it like this later on and change the font sizes and add more content or whatever. So I also try to focus like small first because mobile devices are so popular nowadays. Like this is probably going to be the primary medium to which people interact with my software. And it's like, that's just something that I've spent a good amount of time thinking about because I've also studied user experience design. Um, it's hard for me to think about both at once, though, even though I understand both to a pretty good degree. It's still quite difficult for me to keep both things in mind while I'm building something. Like, I'll get caught up in both sometimes. Sometimes I'll be like, oh, well, this would be like the best thing for the user in this circumstance. And then I realize like how much code that would take to develop that. And then I quickly change my opinion. Like, oh, maybe there's an easier way we can implement something that the user can interact with that's more friendly, that doesn't take as much code. And then vice versa too, where it's like I mentioned before, I'll get lost in the engineering side of things and I'll forget that users are going to interact with this at some point. All right, I'm curious what props are being fed into this. So my CMP props. Hmm, that looks useful. So maybe instead of me doing what I was doing before, which actually looked quite ugly and messy, maybe instead I can just set up an interface here and I can do. So I need two things. Let's see. Well, three actually. I lied. I'm gonna need images, which are gonna be a string. I'm going to need a. Trying to think. Do I need index? I'm not sure if I need that or not. I guess I can add it later on, worst comes to worst. But I know for right now, I need an index, and I need an interval, which will be a number. I know that much, that I will need both of those. And that this interval number will be, like, required. My brain hurts already. I'm heading out. Nice to meet you. Alrighty. Catch you later. Thanks for stopping by. And then we could just do item props. Something like that. And I want to call this carousel. Okay. Okay, and I guess the question marks are like what make it optional. So you can choose whether or not you want that in there from the looks of it. I'm curious what battery my phone is at now. Oh, 68%. Let's see. Um, I wonder if there's a plugin for Quick Apps for this, actually. I should probably check that. Guess not. Okay, so we have a bunch of images. Trying to think. I feel like we need to use signal to help us build our. How do we word it? Um, I feel like we need to use signal in order to help us navigate our slider, but I'm not sure how I'm gonna do that just yet. Because I also need some sort of set interval that is going to continue to change it however many numbers of seconds. Because, like, if we were to put this in here, for instance, and it was just to change. Oh, I see. It wants the props. But because I'm not passing it these props right now, it's giving me a problem. Ah, that's what it is. So now we can do, and now it should like work. And when we increment, we can see the count goes up. That's very hard to see, but it goes up. So like we might be able to use a signal. Now the next question is, can I create another button that on click does like minus minus? And then if we go up to like 10 and I want to go back down, yeah. So like we should be able to have these two buttons be like our increment and decrement, like whatever slider we're on. So now the thing I have to think about is like, how do I make that work? And I'm thinking that the solution is going to be something along the lines of like, we adjust the styling, like using inline styling on something, right? And then like however many things that we have to slide over. So if we're on index 0, it'll be the first image. And let's say the first image is like 200 in width. And then we want to make it so that when we click the next button, it goes to the next image. We would want it to do the X rotation, basically, or transform X, like minus 100% of whatever the image is going to be. And then that should show the entire second image. And then the same idea. And then it's like every however many seconds, you increment the index until it reaches index.length minus 1 or whatever. And then you're at the last element and you jump back to 0. So I'm trying to think of how we would do that. I'm pretty sure signal would be sufficient to update whatever it is. And like we could make functions for this too. So maybe like const next index equals use or equals active index dot value minus minus. And then we could like grab or plus plus, excuse me, and then const previous index equals minus minus. Yeah. What the heck is going on? And then it's like, we could probably do the same thing, right? We could say index, and we could have active index, right? And then we could have like button, and we can do an onClick. We could say the +1, and we could duplicate that and make this one -1. And then in the same way, we could say active index dot value equals next index and active index dot value equals previous index. Okay, what seems to be the problem here? Oh, I didn't put the equals. That would probably be helpful. Don't you guys think? And then we'll do that. Does that fix it? Not exactly. Close, but not quite. So, do we need the arrow function? Because that would make it valid. Seems like it. So now if I go back, we can see index is 0, and we do the +1, and index is 1. I think I'm going to make this an H1 actually. Let's do that. There we go. That's much more readable. So now we can do +1, right? -1. Something like that. Okay. Alright, let's try something. So, the first thing that I want to do is I want a div, and I want its class to be carousel dash container. Alright, and then I don't know if they have anything equivalent for styling to styled components in QWIK. I'll have to figure that out later because it's kind of like pretty important. Because like essentially our container is going to have all of the slides in it, right? Like all of the images in it. And then the container is going to need to be flex, and it's going to need to have its overflow hidden. And then the whole idea is going to be like each time the slide changes, you want to make it so that it like moves it with a transition. So let's say we have all the images, right? This has 8 items in it, which means it has 7 indexes. So I'm curious. And we put in images dot shoot. What was the thing I was thinking now? Oh yeah, images dot length. So we'll do H1, something like that. I'll just put it in there for now. I'm getting an error? Is that because it... Probably because it's not in here, right? Ah, that would be why, because I didn't spell it correctly. Hilarious. And yeah, I guess it has to be in scope too. Okay, so basically we'll have the slider. It'll have these images, right? And we can see it says it has a count of 8 right now, if we look at that. So I want to see if we can copy this and paste that in as a value. Will that work? And then if we put apparently it will. Interesting. Oh. Interesting, okay. So now what I'm thinking is, like, if we can do some math with this, we should be able to adjust, like, how far the X or, like, Y scrolling or whatever goes, the transforming, and then we would be able to create something as a result of that. So let me go figure out the styling first, because I think actually that's going to be like the most important factor in me actually getting this to function. So for now, we'll have the carousel container, right? And then we'll have the 2 buttons just because I want them for testing. So we'll have and the on click will have we'll update the value basically. So can I do that? Is that a thing? Apparently. Cool. And then I guess I could just do the same thing except for change, right? And then we could do like minus and plus. And if we go back, I can do interesting. Doesn't appear to be working. Alright, let's figure out the styling portion. Let's see, styling. This is what I need right here, CSS and JS. Okay, I guess we just need to, like, install the thingy? Sure. Let's see. And then we can do npm run dev. So now I should have access to what I'm looking for. So I could import styled, right? And then we could do like images.map. I could do image index. Well, let's see. Hmm. Hmm. I'm confused. Is it because it's not in context of the component again, like in the scope? What about my configuration is incorrect? I don't understand. I think I might have messed up the vanilla extract style thingy. I might have broken it. Well, that's annoying. Okay. Well, we had to revert everything because apparently we broke something package related. I don't know what we broke, but we had to revert everything back. Um, Dang, I've been streaming for 4 hours already. Crazy. I might go play some video games here soon. This is kind of breaking my brain. It'll give me some more time to think about how I'm going to implement this. I think my biggest boundary right now is that this is a new framework that I'm very unfamiliar with, and I know how to make a image slider, but creating it with this framework is proving to be quite difficult since I haven't really fully learned all of the syntax required for me to do that. Um, Other components and stuff seem to be working pretty good. Maybe I'll work on that component last and work on more important elements. I'm trying to figure out. Let's see. Where's index TS? Where is it? Oh God. This looks like a disaster, actually. I think it moved my index TSX. Oh no, there it is. Okay. I don't know why this is in here. We can delete that. That's not important. Um. Okay, cool. I think we're fine. I'm curious where this. Oh, it's in here. That's where that's coming from. So if I just get rid of that. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Okay. That should be updated on Git now, I think. Okay, yeah, it was updated. Okay. All right, folks. I think that's gonna be it for me for right now. I will be back tomorrow, actually, around the same time to work more on this. I think I'm gonna take some time off stream to brainstorm exactly how I want to implement this and like what kind of things would be important for me to consider while I'm trying to develop that functionality, specifically with regards to QWIK. Um, I also want to take some time to like look around and try to get some inspiration elsewhere too. So, but yeah, I think that's going to be it for me for now. Thank you folks for watching, and I will see you guys probably tomorrow at some point. Take care there.